What's going on, everybody? Doing my usual setup. Get everything all rocking and rolling. See if the chat's working yet. Seeing if I can't get us where we're set. Seeing if I can't get us where we're set. Oh, that's weird. Seeing if I can't get us where we're. That's funny. Got that echo. Echo, echo, echo. Hope everybody's doing good tonight. Start us off with a little music. What do you say? A little AI generated music, so I can't get a strike on this.
Can't you see? Like the handsome devil cat, yeah, destroys the house without care. Still he stands proud as kings, got us under his mocking stare.
A little AI song about the old Frak cat, the devil.
On the couch like a boss, tearing fabric to pieces, covered in his own sauce. Hero masterpiece on the rug, Frak in his glory so smug. Shadows that pass, still he sits on his royal ass. Frak the handsome devil cat, yeah, destroys the house without care. Still he stands proud as kings, got us under his mocking stare.
Hope everybody's doing all right. I should be coming through loud and clear, hopefully. Mess around a little bit with this, so it's a little easier for me to talk and work on stuff at the same time. I won't be talking any kind of politics tonight. Like, keep it completely out of our heads. It seems that's all anybody wants to talk about, so we're going to skip it. Instead, we're going to work on this little guy right here. Billy from the Jigsaw series. Jigsaw's little puppet. Well, the Saw series. Jigsaw's little puppet. And I know if you watched the one video when I was priming everything, I primed him or what have you, I have screwed up. Because if you look under his chin and the bottom of his hair, I didn't flip him when I was priming him. So I've got to hit him with a prime real quick. Definitely one of those things. Sometimes you're rushing, you overlook. Also, I did another model, and this guy's got to get primed too. I think I'm going to hold off because if I prime him now, I'm definitely going to want to paint him now. And this one is for me. But you can see the white where I overexposed him to UV when he was drying, like when he was first out of the bat. So he's definitely going to need a prime layer of black, just so I can get rid of that white and see exactly where the layering is. But he came out pretty nasty, I think. All right, so we're going to get a little water and a little black paint. And I've already got the airbrush pressurized. Hopefully that won't go off too much. My mic definitely sounds a little less sensitive tonight, so I'm really having to lean into it. And because it's quick layering, I won't mix much paint. But yeah, I promised I wouldn't talk politics, but I would talk about my cat. So give it a little bit, and I get a little chatty. I'll start talking about Frak the handsome devil cat. I've got 3 indoor cats. He was the first. I've had Frak since before I got married. I've had him he's 13 years old now. I've been married for 12 years, and Frak is 13. He's getting old, but he definitely is a handsome devil even now. He's just a lot fatter from being a kept house cat. But I often say he's the first thing I ever did where he kind of woke up my parental instincts, and I'm going to get into all that. Alrighty, we're mixed up on the prime. Let's get an airline in this red gun. See how we're shooting. There's good. Really hoping to get away without airbrushing tonight, but here we are. Oh yeah, she's ready to blow. Just quick, even, knock it right out. Reminds me of the cable guy. What was his name? Oh, oh, Billy. Alright, that should be primed enough, which is good. I've got some kind of rattle, I swear, on my mic. Let them dry for a minute. So how is everybody doing? Chilling, or I know it's a Thursday. I know it's been a long week so far. Might as well clean the gun while I'm waiting for them to dry. That's something else I might do while I'm waiting on them to dry. Show you guys how I make airbrush cleaner, because my little bottle is almost out. Yeah, I hear you, mister. We're all living the dream. Definitely woke up with my hands not working entirely correct today. One of those damn things about having a spinal injury, you sleep a little weird. Instead of waking up with a stiff neck, you wake up with an arm that doesn't exactly work correctly. Sucks. But it is what it is. You know, like that's just it. Let me see. These things were on clearance. Yeah, there you go. They're like creative sticks or whatever you used to be able to get at Walmart. I guess they clearanced them out. And they're on sale for like $2 for 150 of them. I've gone through, I think, one bag out of the whole time I've been doing this for like 2.5 years or 2 years at this point. So honestly, not as many as you would think. I'll just knock him wherever and just throw him down. Right now, he's Black Billy Bamalam. Black Billy Bamalam. Some water. Finish cleaning this out. And I'll load up, make some airbrush cleaner real quick. Well, paint thinner airbrush cleaner. It's definitely one of them days when kind of tired and beat up. So a story about the good old days with my devil cat will do me well. Hanging and chilling with some good friends, doing a little artwork. All right, you can go off and you can get unplugged. All right, let's grab the shit for the airbrush cleaner. I like to do this before it gets completely emptied. So I got that little spittle on the bottom. Transfer it into something to transfer it back in. And this formula I found works the best. So I actually have it labeled with Sharpie on the side. Alcohol, Windex, everything above the W is water. And then 3 drops of glycerine. So we're going to use 90 proof or 91% isopropyl alcohol. And you don't have to be exact with it. You can be close. Our alcohol. If you find it's not working quite right, then you can go a different route. Add more alcohol, less Windex. But then we're going with Windex. Which is why my airbrush cleaner looks blue. This is the kind that you actually buy from the company. It's clear. But I find the detergent helps clean the gun. And then let me grab the final component is stashed. Well, that was interesting to say the least. God damn. That was like serious feedback on that microphone. So, rip the friggin' headphone users. Yeah, it is. It's a fun way to start with glycerin, but yeah, you're going to use 1, 2, 3, 4 drops, and you can kind of tell. I don't know how zoomed in the camera is. You can see my hand or not, but my hands are like shaky. That's one of those side effects. Like I said, it'll be an interesting paint job on this thing tonight. But then last but not least, get that out of there, see if I can't get this in. Distilled baby water, like the kind that you use in baby bottles, and you're just going to top it off. Screw the cap on, give her a shake. That's it. That'll clean paint, airbrushes, everything else. The glycerin's there to help it slide through the gun, kind of re-oil it a little bit. You really want to use gun oil on it though. See, I don't know how to even handle that comment that baby water grows on you after a while. I figured you would have said, like baby water, is that the stuff drained off from IVF? Like, what's the deal here? All right. So we're set on that. How's he coming with his drying? He's almost there. Yep. IVF juice. That's a better way of putting it. Well, while I'm waiting for that to dry, let me reach over in the mini fridge, grab a drink. So I have so much different stuff to paint that I'm sitting there and I'm debating on what I'm going to do, what I was going to do for the night. And I figured I'd do Billy. Billy from Saw. Just because I haven't done one for my daughter-in-law yet, and hers is horror genre. Like she likes all the classics, Freddy and Jason, Michael Myers, and of course Saw. She actually, and I mean, it's spectacular the way she does it, but she used to like almost professional. She uses professional grade, and to be honest with you, she probably could have been a professional practical special effects artist. But she's actually Belgian, from Belgium, and can speak 5 different languages fluently. The Saw franchise out of all the horror series was never one of my favorites. I think the first movie was good, and then after that they got too contrived. Like stuff. The second one was okay, and then the more they went, it was just like, oh, okay, this person's in on it now too. Oh, so is this person. Oh, let's go back to the first movie and put this person in on it. Like, I don't know. The first one was great because it's one of the only times I've watched something where it caught me off guard at the very end of it. Like, I was not expecting the dead body that's been there the whole time to just get up and be the killer and walk away. Great twist, written very, very well. But yeah. Spoiler alert for God, how long ago did Saw come out? God, it's got to be like almost 20 years, right? Hell, even if it's 10 years ago, I think there's a point where the spoiler alert is null and void. All right, he is looking like he's ready to go. What's up, Danny? How are you? So, looking at the picture, I thought the dummy the dummy was gray, but it's more like a wash, a white that is dirty. So it looks a gray. So I'll probably use gray paints and white underneath to get in there. Maybe do white highlight in certain places, do the gray, and then the rest of it just looks like red, except for maybe the buttons. 2004, so 20 years ago. So what's going on, bruv? How is things? What's up, Beans? Good to see you. Yeah, I guess while I paint, I will tell the story of the handsome devil cat, Fracky H. Cat. So the whole thing is with all my pets, include my puppy, they're all either rescue or were ferals, and I convert them into house cats. But the first out of all those pets for me is my cat Frak. And I was living on the edge of the city of Camden with my buddy, and I have to mention he's a Puerto Rican man, and he is angry with damn near everything in this world. But he bought a house. He had tube and knob wiring all throughout the house, so he had to tear out every wall, replace all the wiring to get it up to code, and he put down hardwood floors that he laid himself. So as just force of nature, I'm a slob. That's full, disclosure. But when I moved in with him, I had to be a neat freak because I mean, when I say everything's spotless in that house, everything was spotless. You could eat off those floors. As a matter of fact, when you walked in the house, it was like you were in Japan. You had to take off your shoes. So when I first moved in with him, like he got the house, he moved me in with him, day one. Day he moved in the house, day I moved in the house. And we agreed that no pets because, and I'm going to call my friend Chico. That's one of the joke nicknames we give him. We call him Chico. Chico had a cat, and the cat's name was Asshole, and that cat was an asshole. But Asshole developed diabetes, and Chico had to give him the insulin shots every day. Had to wrestle the cat down, give it everything else, and it was tragic when he died. But he died right before Chico moved into the house. Like two of us moved into the house, so I didn't have any pets at that time. He said, no pets, and most of the pets I've had probably about a dozen dogs. Never owned a cat. My sister owned a cat, and I'm highly, highly allergic to them. I mean, they rub up against me, I'll break out in hives and stuff. So I'm constantly having to take Benadryl and what have you when I'm around the cats now. But I've kind of developed a tolerance. So I'm walking. I get home from work, and I was working at the nearby mall. I was running the store, and I pulled into the driveway. It's winter time in winter in New Jersey. It's probably, I'm going to say, like maybe might have been like a hotter day, and it was like 35, 40 degrees. And there's a car coming down the road, and I'm like walking from the driveway up to the house. And I mean, it's just like a short jaunt on the sidewalk because it's urban, very, very urban, just outside the city. So it's a little quarter acre lot. And I hear, wow, wow, wow. What the hell is that? I'm looking all around. meow, meow, meow. And I see down the road this little tiny kitten, but he's kind of obscured in the shadows, and he's running towards me, and he starts to cross the road. As he's crossing the road, a car comes. I'm like, oh my God. Just as the car is about to hit him, he jumps out of the way. Like, I mean, this thing, you couldn't shave closer than this. It was so close. I was like, oh my God. And the whole time, meow, 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 he runs up to my leg, climbs me like I'm a tree, and I was wearing a leather jacket with a hoodie underneath, and the hood's hanging off the back. Climbed up my leg, up my leather jacket, into the hood, and just started shaking. So I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, I can't have a cat. I can't have pets. We agreed. So I walked inside because I didn't have the heart to put the little guy back down. And I mean, he's scared. So I walk into the house, I unlock the door, walk into the house, and Chico's sitting on the couch playing a game. And he's just like, it's like, what's up, man? How was work? I was like, I don't know, but I got us a new roommate. And Frak climbed out of the hood and onto my shoulder. And Chico goes, "You bought a fucking cat?" I'm like, "No, man, no. This is what happened." Tell him the whole story about how he climbed up there and everything else. And he's like, maybe, I'm going to say now what I know about cats, he was about 3 weeks old, maybe a month old at best. Well, good old Chico is like, "Put him back outside." I said, "I don't have the heart to. You put him back outside," and handed him to him. And Chico looked at the cat and looked at me and goes, "I don't have the heart to either." I said, "Well, we need to have a conversation." He said, "Yes, we do." So we have a conversation. We decide that as long as I'm responsible for him and I take care of him and everything else, that I can, we're going to keep the cat. He still doesn't have a name. So we go run out and run downstairs and find a cardboard box. I put a blanket in it. I put him up in the room for the night. I was like, he's hungry or what have you. I'm like, don't cats eat milk? Wrong answer. So idiot that I am, I give him milk. And Chico goes, well, we can't have him up there without a litter box. So Chico goes to the store real quick, buys a litter box, buys litter, brings it back, gives it to me. I put it in the room. I set I set the litter box down, and poor little Fracky looks at me with these big doughy eyes, and like you could tell the milk just hurt him. And I'm like, oh shit. This cat, I put him down in the litter box, like pick him up, put him down in the litter box. He looks at me and just lets loose. And we're like, oh my God, what have we unleashed? The devil blessed him with his asshole, apparently, because this cat stunk up the entire room, almost the entire house. So that's how I got him. But we still needed to give him a name. So we start coming up with different names. Maybe we'll call him, I want to go white on this, or do I want to go gray? Maybe we'll call him, Stripe. Maybe we'll call him this. Maybe we'll call him that. And we're trying to figure out a name between me and Chico. And this goes on for 2 or 3 days. But the entire time, the this little devil is going around the house and like going over and messing with different stuff. Like he's climbing the drapes. He's just getting into everything. And every time we yell, "You fucking cat. Stop it, you fucking cat. This fucking cat. Holy fuck, you fucking cat." And then out of nowhere, I go, "That's it. You just named them." And Chico looks at me and goes, "Dude, my parents come over and shit. We can't be calling the cat fuck." I said, "No, no, no. Battlestar Galactica. The word frack means fuck." I was like, so it's a good way of, like, and we're like, yeah, frack the cat. Yeah, that works. That definitely works. So that's how Bracky got his name. He literally is a little fucker. So fast forward maybe 2 weeks, and I was in a bad relationship with this girl. And like I said, my first set of actual parental instincts came through because of Frak. I'm about to hop in bed with the girl or what have you. Now, Frak slept in the bed with me all the time. The girl hopped into the bed, and when she did, Frak was at the end of the bed. And all I heard was a thump. What the fuck was that? And I see Frak start to walk away. I'm like, did you just kick my fucking cat? Well, he was sleeping on my feet. I got out of bed. I grabbed all her shit and handed it to her. I said, get the fuck out. And I threw her out of my house. Um, and I flat out told her, I was like, look, you don't ever fucking like mess with, that's my animal. I love my animal. You don't mess with him. He's my little guy. I'll protect him from everything. You get the fuck out. And I threw her out. That shit was actually hysterical. A lot of us were laughing about that one at the bar. Yeah, yeah. PU 55 over PU 55 Bina. But yeah, so there was that, and then the whole thing was Frack had to stay in my room unless I was home to monitor him because he would start scratching walls. I got him a scratching post, a big ass scratching post. Did not matter what I bought this cat. He wanted to get out of the house and go down and scratch walls and scratch the molding on the doors and stuff like this. One night, I'm like, Chico comes up and he knocks on my door. He's like, bro, Brack was out of the room last night. I had to throw him back in here. I said, how? I shut him in. I don't understand. So Chico and I are arguing over it. Chico's like, I told you can't have the cat walking around the house while we're not monitoring him because he's scratching shit up. I said, I didn't fucking do it, dude. He's like, he's going to wreck my hardwood floors on top of it. I'm like, yeah, no. I was like, I didn't. I swear to God. Well, while we're arguing, the door's shut. We see Frack hop up and lock his paws around the doorknob and swing his ass back and forth, and the door pops open. He goes walking out. So I had to lock the door from then on. And yeah, yeah, smart little guy, but he is a little devil. So then, fast forward, um, you know, Frack just wouldn't stop scratching shit. So it came down that either I had to get him declawed or I would have to move out. I said, well, I'll tell you what, let me look up declawing. Let me see what's involved in it because, I'm thinking declawing. What you do is you go in there, you remove the nail bed, and that's pretty much it. It's surgery. I had already gotten him fixed, got him his shots, everything else. I look it up and I'm like, I get in a huge fight with Chico. I'm like, dude, I'm not getting him declawed. I'll move the fuck out before I get him declawed. He's like, what do you mean? Like, it's not that bad. They're going to do da da da. Said, do you know what they actually do when they declaw a cat? And this is terrible. Once I read it, I was like, oh no, anybody who declaws a cat is fucked up. What they do, you would think, like I said, like cat's paw. Nails pop out here, here, and here, right? You would think they would go in here, they remove the nail. That's not how it works. Instead, what they do is they cut the paw, the tip of the paw off, completely cut the paw off. So they're cutting off it's like taking your fingers and cutting off right at the digit line and like cutting off your fingertips. Once I told Chico that and he looked it up and make sure I wasn't lying, all of a sudden the conversation changed from "you better get that cat declawed" to "if you declaw that cat, I'll throw you the fuck out of this house." So I ended up finding something that was called soft paws. And what it is, it's actually like a little sheath that goes over his claw. And I'd have to like put them on. I'd have to make him pop his claws out, like hold his paw and make him pop claws. And then there's like this special, like almost like fingernail glue. And I would put those on there, and it prevented him from scratching through anything. Then I got married, and Frak came along with me, and he's been along for the ride. And that's when my dad came down to visit. That's when he dubbed him the handsome cat, because he's like, "My God, that cat is handsome," and like Frak was handsome. Um, and Frak also does that thing where he wants to be in every picture. So my son, the newspaper did an article on him. And when they did the article on him, they came over to the house. They got a picture of all of us together. Frak hopped up and was like center in the picture. So it was hysterical because in the newspaper, it's like my family, my wife, my both my kids, my daughter-in-law, who wasn't my daughter-in-law at that point just yet, and then Frak jumped into the picture. So he's sitting like front and center on it. But it went all out in the newspaper. It was hysterical. And every molding in this house, when Frak passes away, I'm gonna have to tear damn near every one of them out, replace them, because we call it the mark of the Frak. Like he literally has ripped into every molding down to like almost nothing. Like it's ridiculous how bad this cat is. But he's almost 13. I know he's gonna get up there, and it happens. I thought I was gonna lose him about a year and a half ago. He got real sick, staying in his box constantly, and then just crying. And I was like, and I noticed like he would start making frequent trips to the litter box. It turned out he had a kidney stone that he couldn't pass. He's 13, Bina. Actually, like late when I took him to the vet, and right in the timeline, he was born right around actually April 20th. So we always said 420. He was a party cat too, because that was his birthday. So I took him to the vet, take him in. They treat him or what have you, and they find out he had the stone. They get rid of the stone or what have you, and they're like, "We want to keep him here to monitor for 2 days. You can call and check with the night crew if you're worried about him." All this other stuff. I'm like, "Oh yeah," but we warned them when they took Brack. Like, look, you got to understand, this isn't like a normal house cat. Like, he's a little asshole. Like, I mean, he's mean and he's smart. So the first night they kept him overnight, they came in the next morning, and I guess the overnight guy, stays there till like 1 in the morning or what have you, and then goes home. We call up, and we tell the overnight guy like, "Well, how's he doing and all this?" It's like 10:30 at night. He goes, "Which cat is it?" I said, "It's a tabby. His name's Frak. He'll answer to Frak too. Like he'll meow at you when you say his name." And he's just like, "Yeah, that cat. It's sitting in the cage. It is not happy. It wants out, and it's just sitting here staring at me. And I swear to God, the cat is judging me right now." And I was like, "Bro, you be careful, because not only is he judging you, he's trying to figure out where the weakness in the cage is. Be careful." "Ah, it's just a cat. You're over exaggerating." Next day, we called to check in on him, and called during the morning. And they're like, "Oh yeah, your cat got out in the middle of the night. It got out of his cage, like unlocked the latch on the cage, figured it out, got out, and like wrecked like their desk, took a shit in the middle of the floor. Like it was ridiculous." They're like, he just basically like destroyed this little office. where they were housing them. They didn't have to operate on them, but they did. I don't know if they put a catheter in there or what to knock the stone loose. They did something, but that was the big fear, was they were going to have to operate on them. We were looking at like $5,000-6,000 to fix Frak. In the end, it still cost us like $2,500. I think the bill came out to for his entire visit, but Frak got every bit of that money back for us, because the second night they put a lock on the cage so he couldn't get out. So what did Frak do? Overnight, he had pissed out the side of the cage, like aimed his butt out the side of the cage and pissed everywhere. And then waited until they unlocked the cage and they were putting him in his carrier to bring him out. Because my wife's in the parking lot, she's out there for like 20 minutes waiting on him. Like, what the hell? Because we're in the middle of COVID. It's 2020. What in the hell? Like, what's going on with this? Finally, the lady comes out, and my wife said she was completely soaked, makeup running on one side of her face. Here, Frak waited till she was about to open the cage door and pissed on her, and then all over himself. So she had to bathe him and all that and clean him and dry him before putting him in the carrier to give him to my wife. And she's like, "This is the most evil cat I have ever seen." Oh, the whole thing is, Bina. So, like you said, can you imagine having video of him breaking out of the cage? I'm sure they did. I'm sure they had a monitor on him, because, like, it is kind of an expensive vet we use. But it's also just the fact that I've seen Frak. Like I said, when the cat, you'll be sitting there, and all of a sudden you'll hear the door rumble, and the door will open, and in walks Frak. Like, "I demand to be let in. How dare you try to keep me out?" Like, he's just smart like that. Like, he figures out puzzles like that and will get through. But yeah, when I first got married and everything else, my wife had her dog, my old dog, and God rest him. He was 17 when he finally passed, but he was about 4.5, 5, and he and Frak got really, really close. Like, they were like brothers. One day, a pit bull, we had moved to the new house, and somebody let their pit bull out, and it was running around the neighborhood. The pit bull goes running and up to my glass door. My dog Chewy, it was real defensive. He starts, and he was like a chow. I can't remember what the hell he is a mix of. He was a mutt, but he was like a chow and something else. And he would throw down with anybody that even came near the family or in his yard or anything. So Chewy starts going off at the glass, all this kind of stuff, slamming the glass, trying to get through to the pit bull. So I have to drag him out and close the door behind him. Well, I didn't close the door completely. I take Chewy to one of the bedrooms. I come back, and Frak, my wife said, the moment I got Chewy out of there, Frak comes walking in like, "The dog's down. It's my turn." And Frak poofed out like 4 times the size of himself and goes up to the glass and starts growling, like just staring the pit bull down, and the pit bull ran. So he's the devil. Um, but yeah, I've had him for 13 years now. Hopefully, I have him for a lot longer, but you never know. He's getting old. He's getting long in the tooth. But yeah, that's pretty much the story of Frack the cat. I have 2 other cats, both of which, one came, I swear, came with the house. When I bought my house like 9 years ago, she was a little kitten out in the yard, and in South Carolina is a no-kill state as far as cats go. So like dogs, different story, but cats, if you take a cat into one of the shelters, the county we live in, they don't do it. they just feed them, take care of them, try to rehome them. The old county we lived in, they take the cats in, they neuter or spay them, and then they clip their ear, give them all their shots. They clip the tip off their ear and put them back out in the woods. Well, this kitten, and I'm gonna say she might have been about 2 3 months old. She was out in my yard mewing, and I would go out there and mew at her, but she was completely feral, and she'd disappear for 2 days at a time, come back. Well, when I had quit my overnight job, yeah, I had quit my overnight job at Walgreens at that point, so I took like a year off and just chilled, and I would go out every day and give her food, but she wouldn't come towards the house. So I had to go out towards the edge of the woods. And every day I would move the food a little closer to the house. And I would go out and try and get closer and closer to her. And I would sit out there for like an hour, 2 hours a day trying to coax this cat to me. And then finally, we got it where she was eating on the porch. And then I could actually kind of pet her. Like she'd let me pet her for a little bit. And then she would disappear here and there. But then Hurricane Matthew hit us, and it stalled over us for 3 days of just solid rain. So as Hurricane Matthew was coming in, and the wind's kicking up, the rain's starting to come down, and if you've never been down south in a rainstorm, it's like if you're driving, it's almost like there's a midget on each side of your windshield throwing buckets of water at the same time on it, just repeatedly. So I'm out there, and I said, "We know the storm's coming. We know it's going to be bad and everything else. We don't know how bad." So I go to grab her, and she will not come to me. So she goes running off in the middle of a hurricane. I ran, I'm going to say, about half a mile through the woods where there's possibly snakes, alligators, everything else, chasing this cat before I finally caught her. In hurricane weather, drug her back in the house, locked her in the sunroom, gave her her own litter box and food and everything else. And then once the storm passed 3 days later, I opened the door and she ran right out. Cried the whole time, everything else. Fast forward, because we didn't have power for, I think it was 3 days after the storm. I mean, it looked like a nuclear bomb hit um, the next 2 towns away. It looked like there was a nuclear bomb that had hit. Our town got hit pretty bad with trees down and everything else, but we were actually up and running faster because everybody in the neighborhood. That's that's one of those things that I do love about where I live, and people get wrong all the time. Um, they say the South is racist. I haven't seen it. The guys that are really racist, you see them loud and proud out there, and they're assholes, and nobody really interacts with them. But as far as the rest of everybody, everybody just wants to live their life and kind of be left alone, and they're very friendly, like, "Hi, how you doing?" And that's good. That's all you need. "Hi, how are you?" And then you go about your day. "Fine, how are you?" But guys were driving around. Didn't matter what color you were. Didn't matter if you had a chainsaw in a truck. You were out there cutting those trees. There was farmers pulling the electrical lines off the road. Um, some of the Mexicans that live down here were out there, and they're like digging trenches so the water can flow different directions, like whole 9 yards. So we got up and running 3 days, and it took like the more inhabited places probably about a week and a half before a lot of them were up and running. In the interim, we have no power, so we're outside. It's my wife, myself, and actually both my kids at that time. And Gypsy is what we ended up naming the cat. Came over and we're feeding her, and I picked her up, put her in my lap, I'm petting her and everything else. And we know she's had all her shots. She's been spayed because she has her ear clipped. So we know she's good to go. And we're sitting there, and I hear something eating, and I'm like, I was like, "Gypsy, what are you doing behind me? Get back on my." And I look down on my lap, and there's Gypsy. Here, another cat came out of the woods with his ear clipped, and he's probably about, we couldn't tell his age at the time, but he's this big, poopy black cat. And we ended up naming him Gaston because of the way he eats. He just eats everything. But Mr. Gaston was sitting behind me, and we ended up bringing both of them in because another storm hit. I'm going to say like 3 months later, just a normal tropical storm. Not that terrible, but I still didn't want both cats outside. We locked them in the sunroom. So, next thing I know, Gypsy wants back out and everything else. So we put her back outside. And then my wife's looking, she's just like, "Where's Gaston?" I'm like, I don't know where that cat is because we were just going to keep him as outdoor cats. I'm like, I don't know where he is. Here he's in like one of the bedrooms chilling. Like, how the hell? So we have video cameras. I look at the video camera. Frak decided that Gaston was allowed in the house and opened the door for him and let him in. So we kept Gaston, and then it was the next rainstorm. Gypsy came up to the back door, started scratching on the glass, and I opened the door. She came in on her own and got on the futon, and she's been an indoor cat ever since. But that's how I got all three of my cats. And the thing that really broke my wife's heart was when Gaston first came into the house. When I first brought him in and set him down, he must have been someone's pet, and they just like either pitched him or left him behind or something. Because once he hit that carpet, he started making biscuits on the carpet with his paws, and like purring and everything out, like he was indoors before. So it was screwed up. Yeah, they do have their own timing. They find like with all my pets, they found me right when they were supposed to. Um, I mean the puppy, like my puppers. eh, my wife and my daughter went out and got a new dog. Our old dog, 17 years old. He was like, it was bad. His liver had failed. He had all kinds of health issues right before he went, and we actually set up an appointment. My wife, because it's my wife's dog, so she had to make the call. It's not my call. Like, but this new dog, he's pretty much my dog, so I have to make the call when it's that time. But she said, yeah, I can't see him in pain like this anymore. And he was on his last legs. Like 17 years is a long time for a mutt. And so it cost a little bit of money, but I'll be honest with you, the service was amazing. Like it's the vet that will come to your home and administer the sleepy time meds to put him down for good. Um, but once he passed, and then my wife, heartbroken. She said a piece of her soul went with her, and I'm not gonna lie, it really did. So we ended up with the new puppers, and the new puppers took to me for some reason. He's like my best friend. That's why the room I paint in, I call it my boneyard, because I have an entire game room with a pool table in it, stand up arcade. I've got my big screen TV back there. My Xbox One X is all hooked up. Everything's hardwired for internet, the whole nine yards. I had my computer set up too, and the dog would just get into too much back there when he was a puppy. So I moved him up into a different room. And so all his toys are in here with me now in the boneyard. And because of his bite, man, it's crazy. I have to buy him Kevlar toys. He just destroyed, like, you throw him a normal stuffed animal, that thing is shredded, gutted, and all over the place in about 10 seconds. That's awesome, Bina. That is awesome. And I know, like when you were talking about Loki, I was like, that's why I kept checking in with you because I watched. Like I said, my wife will still cry sometimes when she thinks of her pup. because there was a point in time where it wasn't me in the picture, and that dog protected her, protected the children, whole 9 yards. It's it's a rough thing, but it's the same thing. Like I think I've said this before in the Discord. I haven't said it on chat or live or anything like this, but all the feral cats and all that, they basically congregate now here and have formed a colony. And the colony's sick, like it's a sickly colony, and they, but there's nothing you can really do for them. Not unless you're going to willing to spend thousands of dollars. And even then, you spend the thousands of dollars, and then one of them goes out and gets hit by a car, or something like this, and you're just like, God damn it! So all I can do is love them, feed them. Every day they get 2 meals. Every day they get loved on. But they're part of my yard, and the colony seems to keep itself at 15. Once it hits 15, one of the cats will like just magically pass away from just age, because feral cats live to be 3 to 5 years, I'm gonna say, unless they get all the medicines and everything else. Whether it's, well, around here, snakes in particular. There's spiders that can kill them. Genetic defects, you name it. Cat AIDS, feline leukemia. Like there's all kinds of shit that spreads between them. An upper respiratory infection has taken out a couple of them, but legitimately, every one of them, even if they get hit by a car or something, it's not like I just leave them there, or oh well, it was an outdoor cat. They get buried somewhere properly. They get a little cross put on them, the whole 9 yards. I got like a My wife joked once, if we ever sell the house and somebody else buys it and decides to dig up the backyard, like in the far back where the woods start, they're going to be like, Jesus Christ, these guys are serial cat murderers or something that lived here, because there's so many. There has to be, I'm going to say, like 2 dozen cats over the years that have gotten hit by a car or whatever, and I bury them. But I can only do so much. I give them their loves. I give them their food. They got shelter. Um, put little houses out there for them and stuff, and they get the best life I guess they can. But it's also just nature's way too sometimes. And it's funny because I'm still allergic to the damn things. Not to the point I was. I've gotten better, but there's times like all it'll take is my cat to love on me a little bit. I won't break out in hives anymore, but I'll be sneezing for the next 3 hours and have to take Benadryl. All right. Now that my jaw's been running for almost an hour, just about cats and handsome devil cats in particular, and doggies and everything else, I got this little bastard to paint. So let's look at him. I can see the swirls on his cheeks. Those are going to be red. Eyebrows are going to have to stay black. Center of his eyes are red. He's got the little bow tie, so that's got to be red. I think the buttons look like they're gray in the picture. Gloves have got to be white. Well, white or gray. The little shoes will do brown. I'm just trying to think if I want to start with the white. Let's see what I got for a very light gray. Steel gray. Like that. Might hit it with white and then go a light gray on top of it, or use the white to dilute the gray a little bit, get that color just right. Probably used a little too much white in this, but that's fine. I just want that touch of gray in them, so to speak. You know that song, I Will Get By? Right. Guess we'll go with the thicker brush at first. I think that's about the shade we want. I'm going to have to hold them firm against the damn table or the desk, simply because my hand is not working today. So what other stories do you guys want to hear? Anything funny? Anything crazy? Something goofy, maybe? Anything that's come out in the movies you guys or have seen, or TV shows or anything you thought were good? Ooh, do I even have anybody viewing me anymore? That's the real question. I depress all you guys with my stories of cats and doggies. Because of the shake in my hand, I can't go super nuts like I normally would. I got to be a little bit more linear with this. Not go too close to the edge. I feel all it takes is a little shake, and I will go completely sloppy with this and just screw the whole damn thing up. Normally, I just go balls to the wall with the coloring, but a little bit different here. Kind of don't want to catch his follicles, even though I know I'm going to. And after all, it is a puppet, so I guess I can splash and make it a happy little accident and fix it. But yeah, I just did it right there. Then I'm gonna have to hit it with the damn black afterwards, and I want to use as little black as possible after having to airbrush the base again. So Beans, I don't know if you're still out there, but you had gotten the Superman poster. Did it come in yet? I think Man of Steel, not just because of Henry Cavill, I just think it was a highly underrated movie. Like I kind of wish that he did trap Zod back in the Phantom Zone instead of killing him. But as my wife pointed out, when he killed Zod, that was him choosing humanity over his Kryptonian side, his Kryptonian heritage. So when you look at it that way, it makes a lot more sense and actually makes Superman a lot cooler, I think, in my opinion. And is shaking. My hands is not good. That's me like throwing stuff all off. Now I'm thinking about it. That's one of those things. Uh, I gotta say, I actually do give Tim Pool a bit of credit for, where I can say he actually is an asshole when it comes to pets. Because for a while there, when he wasn't making a shit ton of money, but he would do stuff that he would never announce. Like somebody would write him a letter saying, "My cat's sick," and he would actually pay for the surgery on it and not say anything about it. But then he turned around, like he had the cat, Mr. Bocus, and he kind of used him getting sick for views and then passed him to one of his co hosts to take care of him while he was sick. And that was kind of like, I guess money is kind of the root of all evil in some cases. When you're using a sick pet for clout or views or clicks or sympathy money, you got issues. Damn it, my hand. This is it's gonna look more fucked up. Autistic third graders science project. Gotta get my shake under control. Warhammer, I tried to get into it and I just couldn't. I'll tell you what though, the minis and stuff they sell for it are pretty damn epic. Like I like the idea of it. I've seen people play the game. I've seen the minis for it. I know Bean's future husband Henry Cavill is like pretty hardcore into it. From what I understand, like he's supposed to do a TV show or something for it or a movie. He's like got full creative control on it. Um, I think it'll be good. I could personally never get into it. Like, and I've tried playing the video games too. Couldn't get into them either. Like, definitely an interesting premise, but I just couldn't get into it. Think I'm going to use the damn sponge. But are you just starting to get into it, Danny Boss? Yeah. So that's part of my problem with Warhammer. It's awesome, but the universe, I think there's like 35 or 36 books. So like when I was a kid, yeah, I know that sounds terrible. When I was a kid, back in my day. Now, when I was younger, I D&D was our thing. Like, and I didn't really play till I was 16. I still have all my books and everything from that, like first edition, second edition, Gary Gygax books, TSR before Magic bought it. I find the new Dungeons and Dragons to actually be an aberration. I find it disgusting. They just the way everything is. They did some life improvements to the actual role play of it, but they also ruined it in a lot of aspects. And I think with Dungeons and Dragons, everybody plays D&D their way. Like there's certain rule, almost like Monopoly. I don't know anybody who plays Monopoly. Like this is how it has to be because that's what the rules say. Everybody comes up with their own stuff. Yeah, everybody has their own house rules on Monopoly, and I think it's the same thing for D&D. I don't know if it's that way with Warhammer. Um, I do know, isn't there like religious sects or something in Warhammer that are crazy? Like it's like religion and military mixed together. Rinse on the damn brush. Yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you what, if you're playing Warhammer, playing D&D, playing one of these games, and there's a creative aspect. I know in Warhammer it's a lot of mini painting and assembling an army that you find interesting. And then Dungeons and Dragons is more you're utilizing the creative side of your brain to come up with adventures, unless you use modules. And everybody wants to use modules. Everybody wants to be critical role with that shit. And I'm just like, yeah, they're good and all that, but I've definitely played more epic campaigns than what they've done. This one's too small. I'm gonna have to go to the medium brush. I played campaigns that have lasted 2, 3 years, and that's with us playing damn near every day, almost every day. And I know people nerd out and get into campaigns and stuff like this, and paint minis and the whole 9 yards for D&D as well. One day, I would like to talk about the most epic campaign, but unfortunately, the person who DM'd us through it is a total douchebag, and we've all kind of stopped talking to him because it turned out he was a liar. Friend I had for like 30 years and find out he's a complete scumbag liar. Like there's some shit that you can say that will make you irredeemable, and he went and did it. As a matter of fact, he's still doing it. But I refused to talk to him. I just told him, have a good life, man, and best of luck to you. I never want to hear from you again. Fuck off. The way the paint's cracking, I'm going to leave this one flat. I don't think I'm going to gloss it after I'm done, just because the paint looks a lot like the skull break. Normally, I would make sure this is solid white, but it actually looks like cracks in the a dustier version of the puppet mask, like exactly how the puppet mask is fading through in the picture. So I'm going to be very careful with that. Going to have to touch them up in black anyway. Like the way his mouth is kind of a pain in the ass, but not really. You can kind of get around it. Still, I want it to look not completely sloppy, but definitely like he's worn through. So I don't want to get too heavy in there. Let a little the pink contrast come through it. Jesus Christ, he's starting to look like the Crow. Whoever made the Crow remake movie needs to be punched square in the balls too, by the way. I don't know who was like, "Hey, I got this great idea. Why don't we take the Crow and make it nothing like the actual comic book that it was based on or the original movie or anything else. We'll just make it loosely based." And maybe they did that because it was owned by like Brandon Lee owns the role of the Crow in the original, like the cult classic version. Yeah, I mean, really, I figured everybody could just use a brain break from everything going on in the world tonight, including myself. So it's kind of more of a quiet stream. That's probably why. Too much fucking crazy shit going on right now. Problem's going to be, especially with this white gray mix, going into these swirls. I may just paint the whole swirl out. I'm trying to avoid doing that, but I think I am going to actually just, if I screw up, I screw up. Because the bread has got to go over it anyway, and that's got to get filled in. Otherwise, the red's not going to show through it. So at least I have a baseline to paint over. Yeah, I know Henry Cavill paints figurines too. Like I said, he's the ultimate dude because it's like, how do you look like Henry Cavill, right? But yet you are willing to paint minis, chill out, and everything else. You know, Maybe if I get enough love on the channel, Henry Cavill will see it. Be like, hey man, you want to paint some minis? That would be epic. And I would be like, yeah, I've got this friend named Beans. You got to meet her. And if you believe any of that, I got a bridge in Calcutta to sell you. I've got about as much chance of ever meeting Henry Cavill as Danny Boss does of getting pregnant. Okay. Dude, I would love that too. Like having Henry Cavill in your chat just roasting you. I would bow down. Like I said, I don't know if I've ever said this to you guys, but that's part of my problem with some of the professional wrestlers nowadays in the one company. It so the whole thing is I grew up in that era with Hulk Hogan and all them. If I feel like I'm watching a guy and I'm like I can beat this man's ass, and it's the same thing for superheroes. If I look at it and I'm just like I feel like in a fist fight I could beat the shit out of this guy, I I can't respect him. Henry Cavill, I would just fucking be like, yes, sir. He just seems like that guy that one would be too nice to ever want to get in a fight with, and two, if you did, like just watch him wind up, like watch him load the guns in Mission Impossible on the Mission Impossible movie that he was in with Tom Cruise. He like, dude, I think he could actually hurt you. Be like getting in a gunfight with Keanu Reeves. Like that man spent, I think it was 4 months just learning how to load a shotgun fast, just so it looked good on camera for the 2 second visual that they did it. Oh God, my hand shook. I tagged his eye. So what's going on there, Devin? How are you tonight? In the chat, roasting Danny Boss and causing trouble. I see. Oh, God damn it! I hate that. I'll tell you what. If I could get a hold of the guy who hit me head on and did this to my damn neck, where my hand shakes like this, I'd probably bust the shit out of him. I mean, the lawsuit's settled and everything, so I think I'm in my legal right to kick his ass without getting in trouble. His wee little hands. I'm gonna have to go back, get all kinds of black on this because I am shaky as hell. inner knuckle. Yeah, that's understandable, Devin. Those transcripts aren't going to just write themselves. Guys, tell me, what kind of story do you want? Or do you want to talk movies? Do you want to talk music? Talk about anything other than fucking politics? Yeah. Oh, that's right. I don't think you guys were on yet when I showed them before, but there's that Joker that I've got to prime and paint up. He came out pretty nice. Could be a good one. Let's see what? Oh, his shirt is white too. Shit. Good lord, it looks like NWO Sting. Yeah, we can discuss religion if you want. Which one would you like to talk about? I'm fine with religion. Religion is not like a central thing. Although I do know a couple of you guys are pretty staunch Christians in the chat. So I'll ask you this question. Hopefully, I get the answer back. Why do you guys go to church instead of just worshiping at home? Is it something about congregating makes your voice or louder to your God, or I mean, I'm pretty open. Like, I think that was kind of actually it really pissed me off that that was one of those things they shut down during the pandemic. I thought like if anybody should be able to go anywhere, it should have been anybody going to an AA or an NA meeting or church because that shit is somebody's life. We are the church. We worship Christ, not the church. Although going to church is good, interacting with one another is a good thing. You, so you go and help at the building to help like people that are in need and stuff like that. Beans. So I there was this movie, and the movie pissed me off because I thought it was going to be, like another Exorcist, and I can't remember the name of the goddamn movie. And it was, oh, I know what it was called. It was called Stigmata. That was the name of the movie. And this girl gets the stigmata, like she starts bleeding from her wrists and her feet, like Christ did, apparently on the cross. And I thought it was going to be like The Exorcist or something. And what it turned out was the underlying message was if you break a stick or lift a rock, you'll find me. And it turned out that like the church was corrupt and all this kind of crap, and it was the Holy Spirit trying to tell people that they could worship anywhere and they didn't have to give money to the church and all this stuff. Like it was a disappointing movie in my opinion. Good message, disappointing movie. That's awesome. That's awesome, Bina. I do school lunches, backpacks, garden help church dinner, and the youth stuff. That's awesome. See, that's giving back to the community. I mean, and if you're doing that, it's one of those things that kind of pisses me off with people that find religion later on that were total shitbags when they were younger, because you're never quite sure if they're doing it. In some cases, they're doing it because they really did turn a corner and maybe religion did help them. But then you have other people that are doing it because they're afraid of all the wicked that they've done in this world. And they're doing it like, hey, you know what? I can earn my way back in this way. And it's like, it doesn't work that way, pal. At least I hope it doesn't work that way. My son actually is, well, he was president of the Rotary Club here for a little while, and he actually broke records. He raised money. It was like, it's weird because I don't really get involved in it. Like I try, he does his thing and he gives back to the community. And one of the ways he did it was through the Rotary. They did this drive where they got shoes for kids, like for kids that can't afford them, stuff like this. And he got like I think it was 20,000 pairs of shoes or some shit. It was impressive. Like it was a big fundraising haul he got for kids and like their back to school stuff and all that. Yeah, I always thought that too, but he got he did something else where he got a veterans park set up locally that recognizes all the local veterans. Like all their names are up and stuff, and they put up a flag for them and all this kind of stuff. Like I said, my kids have none of my well, mm, they picked up some of my personality, but they have none of my flaws. Like my son is 100 times better man than I could ever be, and that's a good thing. I want him to be. My job as a parent, in my opinion, is to protect them. Somebody tries to hurt my son or whatever when he's trying to do good, then I, that's my job is to be the evil that protects him. That's that's great. How many rotary phones? Hey guys, smash the like button, would you? I got like 2 likes or whatever. But yeah, if you guys really do actually want to get in a religious debate, like, do you want like conspiracy theories on your religions? Do you wanna talk aliens and all this kind of silliness? You actually want to talk about your gospels, different people's beliefs? Danny Boss better be careful with what religion he brings up, though. I won't hold it against him, but British government might. Thanks for smashing the leg too, guys. Appreciate the hell out of it. I don't know what it exactly does. Like I said, if I was angling for monetization, I think it might matter more, but I'm not. Like my wife was like, "You're not going to go for the monetization?" Nope. And I explained to her why. And she was like, "I see." It's like now I get a couple thousand people watching me at a time, which in a way I hope never happens. Like maybe a couple thousand views, but not live viewers, because that's just too much shit to keep up with in the chat. I like having a small group where I can just kind of bullshit with you guys, get to know you a little better, and then I can tell who the assholes are. Because you get somebody in here like good old Shaquille, although that would be funny as hell, or like an Ivan, just have me going off on him. I don't want to spend like 10 minutes of my day chewing somebody's ass out. Trolls really aren't worth your time, energy, or even your thought in most cases. I wouldn't even chew him out in the other chat, except for I see when he's getting on you guys' nerves. So, and I know you guys are too polite to say anything. Like you just kind of bite down or bite your lip or whatever. So I just punch him right in the mouth. Yes, I heard about Noah's Ark potentially being found. They think they found it on the one mountain. The boat shape is there, everything else. And the whole thing was that they had it measured out originally in whatever the size is. I think they're called cubits. And they were using one set of cubits and they're like, nah, it's too small to be Noah's Ark because it doesn't match. And then realized that the other culture actually used a different size on the cubit and called it the same thing. It'd be like, well, that thing isn't X amount of feet. It's this, and then realizing that, well, wait a minute, but that number matches just in meters. A cubit? Isn't that what Cubert leaves on the plate after he's done eating? Yeah, that is where I heard it. PBD's podcast with Randall Carlson. It was interesting because Randall Carlson was talking about the oh god, what the hell, the Freemasons too. And hysterically enough, then PBD did a podcast with Douglas Murray, and Douglas Murray is like on it with history and all that. And PBD said something to him about the Freemasons, and Douglas Murray was like, "Oh my God, here we go!" Like he was like, he goes, "Freemasons." He goes, "The best way I've ever heard it described. They have a bronze key that opens a silver lock and a golden door that opens that door and leads to absolutely nothing." Oh, that's actually very interesting, Devin. The only thing is, the distance between my wrist and my elbow is different from yours and different from Danny Boss's. So not exactly a good use of measurement there. Yeah, but like I said, not a very good. You would have thought that they would have come up with something universal, considering there were so few people back in the day. It would have been easier to just be like, yeah, this we're gonna call, I don't know, a zerbit, and made it the same size, and then did kind of like we did with metric and the whatchamacallit system. Yeah, that's just it. But now here's the thing: did he go out and find two of every animal, two of every species, two of every genus that was around, or what have you? That's the question. Because Noah's Ark isn't just in the Bible, it's in whatever the Hindu text is as well. It's basically the same story, almost verbatim. That's why all cultures have a flood myth to them. But I don't think it's a myth. I think we can see the actual results of flooding. Like it's even right there in the ground. You can see it all around. Like I do believe we got hit with a flood, but that's because we have science that can prove it too. Yet scientists don't want to believe it either. From the wrist to the elbow is the size of your foot. If my foot is as big as the size from my wrist to my elbow, I would wear size 30 shoes. Yeah, I think unicorns were real. I don't think they were like mystical horses. I think it might have just been like a horse that had a horn or a pair of horns and one of them grew in funky, kind of like how we have goats. I'm going to have to disagree with you, Bina. It's not biology. Biology is that men can be women and women can be men. That's biology. That was sarcasm, by the way. He's looking so. Okay, so that's the thing, Danny. It depends if you omit the Book of Enoch or you keep the Book of Enoch in. If the Book of Enoch's in, what you just said is right. It's basically a race of giants that were evil and everything else, and he did it to wipe them away. If you take the Book of Enoch out, it's just man had become evil, and he was wiping them out. I mean, reality is Devin will probably weigh in here in a second and be like, no, you're wrong. You're both idiots and blah, blah, blah. And here's why, because she's pretty devout in her religion. And I know you're starting to get there. But you just started to get there. Okay, yeah, it is a white shirt. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the Book of Enoch, it changes a lot of stuff with how you view different things in the Bible. That's where you have the angels coming down and mating with humans. I need to look at something. I got to look at my tablet and pull up a bigger picture of him. Yes, the Book of Enoch is not considered canon. That's something that. So there was a thing called the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they found them in a cave, and it was basically all the books of the Bible with extra books included that were all written on like goat skin and put in jars and stored in this cave. And the Book of Enoch is one of those books. See, the thing is, it kind of is because it's Noah's. Knock over. It's Noah's grandfather, or no, not Noah's grandfather, Moses' grandfather. I want to say, and I can't remember his name. I'm cheating. I'm looking up like the actual real deal puppets. Like I literally just went to Lionsgate film. I went to Lionsgate Films and looking at the actual puppets you can buy and stuff like that. All right, that's what I thought. I have already screwed up. So, from the picture I have on the screen, it looks like he has eyebrows that are black and everything else. It's actually his eyebrows are white as well. His eyes are black. And then they have the red circle in the center. So, what the hell's Kohath? Sounds like a Klingon word. I think you made that up. Alright, so I'm gonna have to re-black that eye. And I started painting the other one too, like an idiot. Cool. So that was Moses' grandfather's name. Was he a founding member of Quahog? Do we know that? Alright. Let me see what else I can adjust, because I'm going to have to hit this shit black again, too. Alright. So it is red on the bow tie. Black eye. Red circle in the center of the black eye. Red swirl. The swirl's rough and crazy. Looking for the full full vision of the puppet. What have we got for your shirt? Okay, so the shirt is white with a red tie. The buttons on the shirt are white. Gloves are white. The buttons are black on the jacket. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine, Beans. I was, as Danny Boss or my other buddy David would say, I'm just taking the piss. I'm just taking the piss out of you. I'm just joking. No, I don't know. I would have to look it up. I had looked it up before and shared it to Danny Boss, the Book of Enoch, but it goes through it. Like I can't remember who he was supposedly related to, but it's basically his tale. And Enoch does appear in the Bible at some point. The name does. I don't know that there's like a whole story on him though. I didn't even realize he's got a little collar on under here. does. He's got like the collar and everything. Black's got to get tightened way up. So does the white a bit. Dude, you don't understand. If I could actually figure out how the hell you do call-ins, like I know ABL apparently uses OBS like I do, but he does something with Skype where he's paying for Skype and they give him a number and all this. That would be cool. I don't know though. Like I don't know how to do it because I would love to just be able to talk to you guys instead of having to stop, read chat, turn around, respond, and all that. And if you guys aren't interacting in the chat, then it screws me all up. One thing is for certain, though, these ancient structures around the world, these temples, pyramids that are supposedly over 10,000 years old, like who the fuck built them? So that's the real question, because I think it's the Aztec, for example, like their temple. They found the temple already built. They didn't build that shit, and I can't remember where the hell I had heard that, but they apparently weren't the actual architects of that temple. However, somehow all across the face of the earth, there are these monolithic structures that have been built. And if it was just Egypt, that would be one thing. But they found them in so many different places. It's like either they knew something we don't know about moving and cutting heavy and crazy stone, because I think it's like granite, for example. You would have to cut that shit like nowadays. There's a reason why we don't recreate it. You need like a laser cutter or a diamond cutter to to get into it, and they had bronze tools for the most part. It doesn't make any sense. They said there's a way they did it with sand. I'm not sure I believe all that. I think I'll do black at the end. All right, let me hit the red and see how shitty this thing looks. Engine red, huh? Let's take a look at you. Ooh, that red did not mix. That red did not mix well. Yeah, the paint and the pigment in the red definitely must have separated a little. I'm not getting like an easy even coat. I'm gonna have to hit it with like 2, 3 coats on each thing of red, which is gonna suck when I get to his cheeks and his lips. Wait, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? That's where Mister goes every time he says he's working out. He goes into the past and he's lifting the stone blocks for the pyramid. Like we thought he was just going to the gym. He's not. He's going to the sand dunes of Egypt. Hmm. Yeah, but okay, so that's just it, right? You can say that our ancestors were a bunch of dumbasses, right? Okay, great. Could you go get like I don't know, just we'll say the city of Chicago all together. Let's say everybody's friendly and all that, and go build a pyramid using nothing but bronze tools and some shit ropes and all that. I I, I don't see it getting done. I think that even with everybody on the same project working hard and putting in time, I don't think that's an actual possibility. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to see. See if I can't pick up a little gray in the brush too when I'm doing the white. Much easier to do a wipe off. Shit. Still picking up red pigment. This will be much cleaner if I go white and then go red on top of it. I was afraid that was going to happen. Yeah, see, like, so that's the other thing. That's where you start getting into like ancient aliens and all that kind of shit. So there you go. We'll go into the conspiracy theory of like old tales and building the monolithics and all that, and why people probably believe this. Now, I'm highly under the belief that it's anything's possible. Maybe the conspiracy theory is right. That's a possibility. Maybe it really was that humans back then were smart enough and figured out some way of doing a block and tackle that we have not been able to figure out yet. Um, but then there's like Danny Boss just said, maybe the Nephilim, they were like a race of basically like half giants, and they supposedly deliver the stones from heaven, blah 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 blah. Well, that goes into the Book of Enoch and the Anunnaki theory. And the Anunnaki theory, the Anunnaki theory is that humans were somewhat, well, not somewhat, but there was already a species living here that wasn't quite Homo sapien yet, and then aliens basically came down and refined their genetics and turned them into a workforce to mine gold for them. And in the process, things that were more alien than human, those were the Nephilim. Like I said, it's just crazy conspiracy theory. I think like it's one of those questions, and that's why it also comes down to faith, because somebody who is scientifically minded can look at our chromosomes being altered, stuff like this, and who doesn't believe in religion would say something to the extent of, well, that does explain it, but there's also no aliens. So we just evolved. Right. But so here's the thing, engineering wise, it doesn't make sense. Dina, like our ancestors, okay, unless there was some kind of, like Danny Boss said, some kind of lost technology like Greek fire. The reason why we can't recreate Greek fire, for example, is because the element that made the Greek fire, doesn't exist anymore. Like they can't find it anywhere in nature. They know how it's made. They don't know. They just can't find that element. It doesn't exist in nature. So it could have been something from a meteorite. Who knows? I mean, most gold and precious metals, the rare earth metals, that's why they're rare earth metals, is because a lot of them are from meteorites. But if you look at it, how come, I'm trying to think how to phrase this to you. If that were the case and it was just, oh, well, they built the pyramids this way, how come we don't we didn't keep using, continue to use that method? How come the pyramid, the undercoating of the pyramid, is like pristine and locks into place? You can't even fit a piece of paper through it. But then the other shit that the Egyptians clearly built on top of it, like it's sloppy. It's sloppy. It's like two different people crafted that shit. I mean, we're not talking about an undertaking that took like, oh, well, it's going to take 5 years for him to put it together. No, that shit took like at least 100 years to build, if not more. And that's using today's tools. That is all right. So this is one of those where it's a power grid. It's a good that's possible. If you look at the layout of it, it does look like it could have been used as a hydrogen reactor with a golden tip on top, and then the obelisks would arc the power, kind of like a Tesla coil. The funny part is that dude, Billy Carson, who I don't put a whole lot of stock in, said something like that, but then also said that the main power source in there was the Ark of the Covenant. That's what powered all the pyramids. Yes, Yes, it was covered in limestone and then it got chipped away, which, as Mister has pointed out before when we've chatted about this, limestone is a very poor conductor. However, it is a very good insulator, so if you wanted to insulate the outside of a reactor, it would make sense. What about the cathedrals? I mean, if you're talking about like the Colosseum in Rome, stuff like that, they had Roman concrete. That kind of makes a little bit more sense if you know anything about pouring concrete, that sort of thing. Yes, limestone does rock, mister. All right, before I get into painting this goddamn eye, I gotta fix my stupidity for not looking at a better photo. Hey, Bina, can we just call in? I don't want to get yelled at in German. Und was? Scheiße! Yeah, but I do wish you guys could call in. That would be awesome. Yeah, Danny would call in first, then we'd just hear out of nowhere, and Danny opened the door and just hear him get arrested. Have Mister call in, tell us about his gains at the gym tonight. Devin could call in, tell us about transcripting. Yeah, that's true, Bina. I'm trying to keep up as fast as I can and paint at the same time. So, like, taking my off one and looking at the others, like, oh, damn it. Plus, and this is one of those things, you guys don't realize how much like, there's an actual lag between what you're seeing and what's actually happening. Like, if anything, you're talking to me in the future. It's one of those fucked up things about streaming. Like, for example, if I tap on this, by the time you guys see it, I'll be tapping on the white one. And that's pretty much what the delay is. That's why if you ever notice when ABL, like, you can always tell when he's reading his chat and he'll respond to something, but it was something that was said 10 minutes after, or like 2 or 3 minutes after you said whatever you said in the chat. That's why. Because it's a lag between the actual broadcast going through all the equipment, YouTube, and putting it out, and the person who's broadcasting and the people that are seeing it. And you can hear it sometimes when ABL has callers call in and they have their shit up too loud, and you can hear the conversation from the previous caller going on. but they're talking to AVL and then they can't understand why, like he's like, turn that down, just focus on the phone. Because you're literally like, if you're watching the stream, you're like 30 seconds behind or a minute behind or something like this from the actual person, what they're doing. So, for example, when I was painting his eye white, if you had noticed it and shouted in the chat like, "Damn, that eye's black. What are you doing?" It's too late. I've already painted it. I always thought it'd be cool if I could like co-stream with aliens sometime. I think that would be a fun one. I got the crack look in here a little bit. I don't know if I really want to go heavy white on his cheeks or not. Like, I would love it if when Alien starts reading his stuff or what have you on his stream, if he was just like a tag out, like, "Damn, can you read that? Yeah, I got you," and then read it for him so I could read it fast, and because he'll mispronounce a word, and then I'm trying to sound out the word in the chat for him. Like he did one stream and he was talking about the Rougarou, which is the Louisiana werewolf, basically the myth of that, like the cryptid. And I'm just like, he's like, the row go row, and I'm like, no, Rougarou, Rougarou. Like, damn it. I don't. For some reason, I keep wanting to paint his face like he's the fucking Joker. I have to fight everything in me not to. Like, I even gave him the little. That's got to get rounded, I think. I think he looks more evil with the points, though, off on the side. Yeah. Let's play a little game. Why so serious? This is going to be hell. I may even go to the small brush for this. Let's see. Dear God. Thought I was going to just be able to blow this out real quick with these swirls, but nope. And it's probably going to be the same when I get to the center of his eyes, too. I got to look and see how far down the cheek these swirls actually come. Yeah, I don't even want to. That new Batman, the hell with that new Batman series. I don't know who's doing that, why you would make. Oh my God. Like, why do you take already built characters that are pretty cool and destroy them? A friggin' female penguin. Makes no sense. Let me see. One, two. So he's got a third swirl. Like, seriously, I'll tell you the best version of the penguin that I've seen, not live action, was actually in the Arkham Asylum video games where he's got like a Cockney accent. He's actually like pretty damn mean in that game. Like the way they did him right. Yeah, yeah. You played him where it's like he's got like a broken bottle bottom for his like monocle. But that was like my favorite version of the penguin. I think they absolutely nailed it out of the park. Yeah, this swirl shit is nightmare territory right here for somebody that has jacked up hands. But one cheek down, one to go. And this little bow tie, I guess, while I'm screwing around and waiting for that to dry so I can handle it. No, 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 no. And the new Batman, you're right, was played by Colin Farrell, but it wasn't. He wasn't Cockney. He was New York. They did the same damn thing. If you ever go and look up the deleted scene for the new Batman, what like the Batman, I think is what that movie is called. If you go and look that up, they have a deleted scene with the Joker, and they gave him a New York accent too. And I'm just like, you sons of bitches. I gotta let my hands rest for a minute. Getting way too shaky. Oh, that's awesome. I love it when I get white in the hair too. That's just great. Oh, yeah, that new Batman movie pissed me off bad too. No, he didn't. He didn't speak like you, Danny. He. Do you speak like a? You don't sound like a Cockney. You sound like a soccer hooligan, but not a Cockney. You're not wrong, Mister. That Batman is a beaten up franchise. Um, Part of the problem is though, he's also the one who sells the most comics at this point. Because and it's just like Spider-Man. With Batman has the same issue. The best part of Spider-Man and Batman is the rogues gallery that comes with them. Like they have some of the best villains. So like of course you have the Joker. For Batman you have the Joker, Two-Face, Scarecrow, Riddler, Poison Ivy. They it's just it's a banger. Clayface. Hell, you can even throw in Solomon Grundy, Ra's al Ghul, Bane, Man Bat. Like he's just got a banger. And then Spider Man, it's like you got Vulture, Shocker, Doctor Octopus, Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, Sandman, Rhino, um, Electro, like the Lizard. He's got a great rogues gallery because all the villains have some kind of tragic backstory to in a lot of the cases. I mean, reality is if you want to see how good a superhero is, you have to compare them against their supervillain. Like Superman, like he's got Doomsday is probably like my favorite villain for Superman because you kill him and he regenerates and then he can't be killed that way again. So like if Superman lasered his head clean off his shoulders, it would eventually respawn. Even if it took a while, it would respawn and then you couldn't laser him again. He'd be immune to your eye beams. But then you have Brainiac, Mogul, or Mongol. Um, Darkseid's kind of everybody's villain, but Darkseid's probably the one of the ultimate, if not the ultimate DC villain. Like he's because he exists in a different dimension. the dark side we see is basically his avatar, so there's no real way to kill Darkseid. You can just stop him for a while. And I like, but legitimately, the better the villain, the better the hero for some reason. And maybe it's because we all like that he's got to overcome the odds, and that's what makes him a hero and everything. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I wonder. Oh, that gave me some more light. Oh yeah, now I can see it much better to paint. Hopefully you guys can see it a little bit better in the video too. Um, I mean, that's just it. Like Bean said, her favorite superhero is Superman, and not just because of Henry Cavill, just because he was the first superhero or what have you. You know, I think growing up, mine was mainly Superman and Spider Man, and actually the Incredible Hulk. I always had a thing for the Hulk. I like the fact he was a just giant angry rage monster. But it really is. It's really just one of those things with superheroes, MCU in particular, that everybody knows DCU was rushed and they didn't flesh anybody out well enough or any of this shit and take their time with it like MCU did. But to me, MCU was like, we're going to do this story, that story, and that's like the best of the stories. But there was all these stories to tell in between where it could have gone on for 50, 60, 100 years of cinema, and nobody would have gotten sick of it. But the way they condensed so much shit and did some of the heaviest hitters right off the rip, it kind of screwed it all up. But for whatever reason, DC thinks that flipping the script over to making an iconic villain like the Penguin, who isn't everybody's like, oh yeah, who's your favorite? The fuck did I do to his head? I have fucked this thing all up. I must have had paint on my hands. Oh yeah, I did, because I got it on his shoe too. Son of a bitch. Happy little accident. Look at this. Looks like a bird took a shit on him. Oh, I guess I'll have to fix that in post. God damn it. He must have had a wet spot. I touched it, and yeah, it just spread like wildfire. But you take the penguin and you make him a woman. Why? Then you're basically inspiring Batman to kick the shit out of a woman. And like even Ivy, Poison Ivy, he never like kicked her ass. He just sprayed her in the face with like plant killer or knockout gas to neutralize her. There's a reason for that. It's like the other thing that has become a trope is like they made Superboy gay. Jonathan Kent, they made him gay in the comics. Why? They already had gay characters. Constantine famously was always bisexual. Why do you need to change him? Like, why come up with a new character, make him gay? That's fine. Don't go wrecking the old character. Like, don't retcon characters. Come up with new shit. It's like when they passed Captain Marvel over to Carol Danvers, that book has been canceled and brought back probably like 5 to 10 times at this point. They keep canceling it and bringing it back because the first issue will sell well, and then every issue after that, they can't give them away. But the classics, they just need to leave them alone and come up with new classics. I think I'm gonna try painting the other squirrel backwards and hoping it works. I don't think it's going to though. Like I already mildly blew it out. Yeah, it doesn't matter how big it is. I don't want to see a man beating the shit out of a woman. It's like the one show that they did, Titans. That one caught a lot of hell, but it was actually not a bad show, in my opinion. I didn't think that one was all that bad. Like I actually kind of like the way they did Titans. But yeah, there's no point where I want to see Batman kicking the hell. Like just imagine if Batman just took down Harley Quinn and ground and pounded her ass in. It would just the visual on it would be terrible. Yeah, terrible but necessary. I mean, if a girl's gonna shoot you, then yeah, I guess you got to do what you got to do at that point. But still, I don't want that mixed in into my little goofy comic book fantasy world. And that's why doing shit like that makes it necessary for Batman to beat her ass. But nope, what they'll end up doing is probably tagging him out to Batgirl, right? I think there are sites on the internet where you can probably see that if you really wanted to, Danny. Yeah, no matter how mad any girl has ever made me, no matter how hard they've ever hit me or what they've ever done to me, I've never lifted a hand and hit one, you know? Like, even when I was a little kid, the only time I really got the shit beat out of me by my mom was when if I ever lifted a finger towards my sister. Nah, Batman is he is an apex human. That's Batman's superpower. Not really a superpower, but it is. I have to adjust the white on this side because I got it much cleaner over here. All right, Beans. Speaking of that, I was saying, I don't know if you were here for that part of it. So I said, like, my favorites were always like Batman because Mister was saying they've done so many damn Batman movies. It's like because he has such a great rogues gallery. Same thing for Spider Man. How many different villains can you name out of Superman's rogue gallery that are actually like super like wow, that's definitely one, you know, like that's just total badass. Well, I mean, and I named a couple like Brainiac, but they've never done them. Um, they've they've done Zod twice now, which is as good as I think. God, what's his name? Did him in Man of Steel. I still prefer the Terrence Stamp version of Zod, even though he looked like he might have been a figure skater in the 70s. I thought he was way more badass. But Brainiac is probably Superman's best villain, that or Doomsday. Okay, so who are Wolverine's best opponents? Like, and you can do it just as opinion. You don't have to state it definitively. Like, oh yeah, well it's this one, obviously. That weird dude from Superman 4. Oh, yeah, Nuclear Man. That's his name too. Was Nuclear Man. Yeah, you're not wrong either. Wolverine is a midget in the comics. Well, and but that's something they've changed over time. They've made him taller, but he was like a little dude. Now they've made him like at least 6'1", 6'2". That black has dried way too much. X-Men comics. Wow, you must have been real disappointed when you found out that adamantium can't be injected into somebody, huh? Yeah, I mean, so that's like Wolverine when he first came in, cool character and everything, and then they just kind of beat him to death. Like Wolverine was in everything. He was everywhere because they're like, oh, that's such a cool character. They did the same thing in DC with Lobo. They were like, oh yeah, such an awesome character. Now guest starring Lobo. What would you say is the best Wolverine arc? Oh god damn you. You did not just do that. I did do that like a fool. Talk about screwing this damn thing up all over the place. At least I pulled a little bit of that out. Like what to me the best arc for Wolverine is probably X-Men #1 going into Asteroid M where Colossus teams up with Magneto and Magneto rips the adamantium off Wolverine's bones. That was probably the most peril I've ever seen Wolverine in the comics, in my opinion. Like when they killed him off and they encased him in adamantium, I was just like, I don't know about that one. But like all good comic book characters, it was like, yeah, they'll eventually bring them back. Oh, I did it again. Biscuit. That time I felt my finger hit the paint. Darkin was a putz. Talking about Wolverine's son, right? With his little two blades. Blind Mitch. X-13 was always better than Darkin. Or Dakin. His name's Dakin, I want to say. Yeah, you usually when you're mentioning Wolverine, everybody immediately goes to Sabretooth. Because they were such an even match. Turned out they were brothers, the whole 9 yards. A midget amputee. Well, that's just it. Wolverine technically could never be an amputee because he'd just regenerate. Matter of fact, they did an issue, and I think I do have the comic. I think I still have it, but it was an issue of What If, and it was what if Hulk had killed Wolverine, and I can't remember how he kills him, but it's when they first meet. Hulk's fighting Wendigo. Wolverine shows up, and Hulk does something and like throws him into like I want to say like a gasoline truck or something like this. It explodes and burns Wolverine down to nothing but a skeleton. And it burns him down to a skeleton. Berserker's pretty cool. My love is for you. My love for you is like a truck berserker. Would you like to making fuck berserker? Yeah, he but yeah, it turns out Wolverine shows up at the end of the comic, and it turns out that Wolverine can get burned down to, I think, a single cell, and as long as that cell survives, he can come back. I have a bone to pick with skeletons. I'm gonna have to go to the bigger brush for this. Berserker. Mister, did you watch all of like the I don't know what you would call it now because it used to be called the Jersey trilogy, and I don't know what they call it anymore. So it was like Clerks, Mallrats, Dogma, Chasing Amy, and then they just kept adding to it. I've never seen Yoga Hosers either. Thank you, Danny Boss. Thank you for watching, brother. Appreciate you always. And Mister, have you ever seen what is it, Vulgar? About about Brian O'Halloran as the clown? Yeah, when I met Brian O'Halloran, because I ran a store in Freehold, New Jersey called Planet X. It was a offshoot of GameStop, and Brian O'Halloran, he lived close by. I've been to Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash too in Red Bank. It's actually really not far away. But Brian O'Halloran used to come into Planet X all the time because he walked into the GameStop the one time, and one of the people that worked there, like, just went off, like they went mental on him, like, "Oh my God, you're Dante from Clerks," and all that, and he was like, "Yo, man, I'm just here to shop. Like, calm down." So we didn't really bother him all that much. If he talked to you and interacted with you, you could, you interacted back, but you didn't fangirl over him. And he was actually like, he was an all right guy, but he was like, he goes, I said, yeah, I know you're Brian O'Halloran, right? And he's like, yeah. He goes, let me guess, you saw me in. And I was like, yeah, that's right, Vulgar. And he was like, you saw that piece of shit? Dina, what about Days of Future Past? Yeah, and you're not wrong about Kevin Smith. He kind of went to shit after he had the heart attack. He's starting to look like Billy. He's starting to come together. Yeah. Isn't that the one where they go into, I can't remember what her name was. Was it Yoriko, Moriko, where he basically like he falls in love with the Japanese girl? Isn't that story, Beans? Yeah, I mean, I was always more. I've always said this. I was always a Gambit guy. I have a blowout on that right eye. Now I'm looking at it. Dear Lord. Oh. So that's just it with Wolverine. He's had a couple love interests, and I think they all either betray him or die, right? I can't remember. Wasn't it like Lady Deathstrike was one of his love interests, and she like turned on him? Uh, swear to God, painting these things, a lot of the time, it feels like I'm doing a jigsaw puzzle. No pun intended, because of what I'm painting. But it really does. Like, you're looking for like a certain piece, and you'll stare at them for a minute, and all of a sudden you see it. It's the same thing with like touching up stuff. So, like trying to fix that eye. Now I'm gonna have to wait till that dries and get a line of black on it. Yeah, like I know he's taken on the Yakuza. Has he ever? He had to have fought the Hand too at some point, I'm sure. But I know there was one. I want to say her name was like Mariko or some shit like this. I know he had a love interest, and she ended up getting murdered. My lore with the Wolverine is patchy at best. Mainly X Men. Never like Wolverine solo stuff. Other than the big stuff like him getting the adamantium ripped off, which was X Men. Um, I did like Old Man Logan too. Yeah, good old Fang Fang tricked him. I mean, still one of the best superhero movies of all time has to be Logan. Like the way they did it was phenomenal. That was just that whole movie was insta classic. You had to love X-13 in it too. The way that girl killed it as X-13. You can't forget Wolverine's most vicious villain though either. Like the roughest villain he ever fought. That was Corn Pop. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Wolverine struggled with him. Don't forget Waluigi either, mister. I kind of do. I was that the Atlantis Attacks arc that was like the crossover event. It sounds super super familiar. I think Billy's starting to come along. What do you guys think? I'm gonna have to get in that corner of that eye a little more and fix that one black dot. I get that white right here where I patched it. But I do think he's coming along. Yeah, that's what all human girls say. And all non-human girls too, Beans. As Mister would say, that's because they're out of this world. The it, the one that always creeps me out is this. Magneto's two kids are Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. And there is a comic where the two of them kind of like yeah, it's heavily implied that the two of them got down. That's a creepy one. I don't know who wrote that story, but like what the fuck? Why would you write that? Only the illegal ones, mister. Only the illegal ones. Are you sure that's a Japanese saying, not an Appalachian saying? Exactly. Somebody now needs to super chat ABL and ask him if he knows how to play the banjo. We got to do that next stream. I think I like it better with the black. I might flip that back. I'm not sure yet. Oh, no. Why? Dude, this fucking camera. Where is the center of the camera? I'm thinking I like the black crevices along the side of his mouth better than I did the paint filling it in with the white. That gray wash in there. Dear Lord. Oh, I thought this one was going to be an easy one too. Then my hands started to shake. And I was like, well, there goes that plan. I think the black lines actually look better. Fix a couple little spots on the suit while I'm at it. Way too much paint loaded. That would have been bad. That's looking tighter. Like a tiger. No, I do not remember that comic. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but that's kind of fucked up. Like, what the fuck? Wolverine's kind of a scumbag at that point. Were they married or were they not married? Because I'll tell you what, one of my favorites was Superior Spider-Man, where Doc Ock had control of Spider-Man's body. That was actually a fun run of comics. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of messed up. It's like Wonder Woman 1984. Like she brought Steve Rogers back. He's in that dude's body, and then she kind of like raped that other guy, didn't she? That's that's just not right. Like superheroes shouldn't be doing that shit. Oh, just because it's in a different universe doesn't make it any better. What the fuck? Like, yeah, so in an alternate or the ultimate universe, I'm a complete man whore. Good job, Wolvie. Oh, well, regular Wolverine would never do that, but naughty Wolverine would do that. Like, get the fuck out of here. The series was the ultimate universe. Let me see. I definitely want to get in there with Black. I still got to do his damn shoes and his buttons. Oh shit! Almost forgot about that damn eye until I just looked at it. That's what I was afraid of. Even with the smallest brush, I'll still have to redo the red. Dude, Batman, there's one where they show him full frontal nudity. You get to see his bat schwants. I mean, like who? Who's his bad romance? Catwoman, Talia al Ghul. Oh yeah, his Batawang is hanging right out in the moonlight. I mean, one of my favorite characters in the Batman series, though, is Damian Wayne. Which what? Which book? I've got it. I can. I'll have to pull it and look, but it's in the DC Black series. It's one of the books in there. Like all the stories in the DC Black series were kind of dark, like kind of over the top evil stories. Yeah, I've got like six long boxes that are from when I was a kid that I rebagged, reboarded when we first bought the house. And then I have these two giant ass filing cabinets, and that's all like new 52 and more modern Marvel. But I would have to look to see what the name of the book is. I can't think of it off the top of my head. If you do a quick Google search, though, you will find it. Alright, I gotta see the color on his shoes. So, that's what we got for the face. Compared to that, I think I caught the look of it for the most part. I really need to take, well, no, because it actually does go up like that on the other side. His gloves are white. Buttons. Um, Guys, should I paint his shoes the way this guy's shoes are painted? They're red. Holy shit. His shoes are red sparkle. What the hell? Damn, and even in this one, I never realized. I always thought they were brown. I didn't realize he had red shoes. Yeah, time to get out a little bit more red then. Shake the hell out of the bottle this time, though. I was getting ready to go pick different colored browns to figure out what color his shoes were exactly, and yeah, that kind of makes it a little easier. Only thing is, I forgot about his damn handkerchief too. I'm gonna need a mini brush to tighten that up. Do I have one? Shit. I have some micro brushes somewhere in here. Just regulars. Did you just see what he said, dude? There. Oh dear Lord, really? Is that what $150 billion gets me? One paintbrush? one, this brush is pretty close to one eyelash. It's like Pro Mini brush or whatever. They're expensive as shit. They really are. I'm gonna have to use them when I do Pyramid Head. He's gonna be a lot of dry brushing with the bronze, everything else. Nice, 150 million gets me 3. Beautiful. What if we send Beans over there to help you guys out? What do we get for that? She'll make sure everybody has coffee. Roxanne, put on your red shoes tonight. That's going to take like 3 coats to get rid of. That's awesome, mister. I'm going over on this thing pretty thick, and it's still like getting that red to pop's going to be an issue. All right, so if I do Billy tonight, then who do I do? Who should I paint next time? He only has 3 accounts. That's all he could manage. You should turn one of those accounts into like a dickhead account that just goes into like different chats and messes with people, mister. Just say outlandish shit and leave. Then sit in there with your main account and laugh. Kinda. But I mean real outlandish shit. Like kind of stuff that gets you banned. It's like just be a total asshole. Pretty sure that's what Shaquille is angling for some reason. Billy the puppet. Feel screwy painting these shoes red though. Yeah, exactly. There you go, mister. That's the kind of stuff right there. Where, like, if you had like 2,000 other people actually paying attention to this chat, they would flip the hell out on you. God damn. Ooh. Freddy Krueger is going to be a nightmare to paint, I think. I made a mister with that statement. Thank you, Bina. I think it's like I don't know. Like, so the mask is doing what I wanted to do. I wanted it to. I didn't want to go too heavy and too coated in because I kind of want, like, I don't know if you can see it like in here in particular, almost like the paint's wearing off because that's how the puppet works. I think I need to tighten up the eyes a little. I definitely got to fix the red on this eye. Hold it up. Like right in here, I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's not even there. There's a little white here, but I do think it's coming together. I definitely like the blacks. I went and redid the black on both sides of the jaw too, because when I filled them in with white, it just did not feel right. It didn't feel like it was holding correctly. I do feel like it is starting to come together. I just, the red shoes are kind of throwing me off. I'm not going to lie a little bit, but that is actually how they look. So I got to go with it. And the way the model was done, there's no like open toe or whatever. And I could probably have painted one in, but at the same time, it doesn't really gel with the model the right way because it's a character of the puppet. I don't know. I got to figure out what the wife did with them. Because the whole thing is, I never seal and gloss my stuff, but stuff like the Pokemon needs to be sealed and glossed because of the flats that I'm using in the paint, so it doesn't look right. Like this won't look right if I gloss it, but the Pokemon won't look right unless I gloss them. So pretty sure. Let me set him down real quick. Let me go look and see if she glossed them, and I can grab them and show you what the final result on the Pokemon looked like real quick. I'll be right back. So lucky me, my wife is awesome. But here's how the Pokemon came out after they were sealed. So there's that Torchic I did. The Pikachu. And last but not least, the Squirtle. But once she seals them up like that, I think it makes them almost look plastic or porcelain. I'll be right back. I got to put these back in safety. Definitely, definitely a lot to it. But with that shine on them, if I were to do that with him, he's not going to look right at all. He would not look right with that sealing on him. It would look it would not give the roughness to the paint and everything else. I used to love Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and the person I associate that song with, like my friend, such an asshole that I can't even listen to it anymore. Someday I'll tell that story too, about the biggest lying motherfucker I've ever met. To be honest, it was him who kind of fucked me up a lot with my videos and everything too. Like, he tried to help me, but he fucked me up. No, I do not wish he was here. There are people I do wish were still around, but he's not one of them. So, Beans, didn't you quit your job? When do you start the new one? Yeah, why am I not shocked? Did you train somebody else to take over your old position too and then quit? Or did you just quit? That seems like the responsible thing that Beans would do. That's all you got to say. Like, honestly, long story, but you did the right thing by you. That's all that matters. Always do right by you. Mister loves his job. That's why he will never quit. He's invaluable. I used to really like my job too, but I kind of did the right thing for myself at that point too, just on a set of principles. So the first time, like the last job I had. Now, granted, I still talk to the guy that I work for, and we're still cool, like we're still friends, and he's a good dude, like super good dude. But basically, what happened was I was talking about. I think I might have told this a little bit, but I was working normal hours at a Walgreens, so working during the day as an assistant or a shift lead, and was going to train up to assistant or whatever, which was crazy because the I was making more than I would at GameStop, but I was only like a shit key holder. And they kept asking me if I wanted to go up. I wanted to go up. Well, my boss at the time ended up getting promoted up to a district manager from a store manager and going to a different store and kept trying to get me to go to the other store that was like an hour away from my house. So when he left, they brought in this other manager, and I did not like her management style. It was too, it wasn't good. It just, she, a very nice person. Can't say anything bad about her. As far as like, if I needed off for anything, she would give me off. Or if I was just like, I've got this going on with the family, she was like very understanding about that. But she did that with everybody, and therefore people that didn't have shit going on would take advantage of it. So she wasn't disciplined. I guess is the best way of putting it. The old assistant manager stayed in place, and she was very disciplined. So what I did was I flipped over to the graveyard shift. So I worked overnights. The spot I was at did away with the overnights because on the overnights Basically, I ran the night and the assistant manager ran the day, and we made the store work that way. So they did away with the overnights. Nobody ever told us. The store manager never sat down with us and said, "Yeah, next week they're doing away with the overnights." Instead, we heard it through the grapevine. So I said, "Look, I waited, I waited, and then a week before they were supposed to do away with the overnights, and she hadn't said anything to us. I called a meeting with her, with all the overnight staff, took everybody in the office, and basically sounded off. And I was like, look, I was a store manager for 8 years. I was in training to be a district manager. I have never held shit out from my employees like this. Say somebody, well, we're going to find you guys other stores. And yes, it is true. I was going to sit down, have a meeting next week. I'm like, next week they're doing away with the overnight shift. What the fuck? You were going to wait till we had no other way out. I just went off. So anyway, I was supposed to be on that night. And I talked to my wife about it. And I'm just like, yeah, some bullshit. So I quit. Like flat out, I took my keys, threw them in the safe, locked the safe. It took them a month before they figured out I left my keys in the safe. Like that's how competent shit was running. So I quit, but the guy who became the district manager that was my old boss, about a year later, I had a friend that moved down here. We were helping him get on his feet. That guy Bubba that was in the chat the one night. And my wife had invited Bubba down here. I made a phone call to that assistant manager. She hired Bubba on the spot and gave him a job immediately. So when he got down here, he already had a job. But when Bubba went to work, he came across like different people that I worked with. And one of them was that manager, old store manager that had become a district manager. He said, yeah, tell him to give me a call or what have you. So I gave him a call. I was like, hey, what's going on? He said, hey, I need your help in a different store. Because his whole angle was he wanted me to be a store manager under him. And I'll tell you what, the store manager pay for Walgreens is actually pretty fucking good. Well, it was. I don't know about now, but I'm talking you're making six figures easy. So he said, there's this one store, they can't keep an assistant manager in there. There's one in there now. She's really, really good, but they need two because they're the second highest volume store in the area. But the only problem is the clientele is all northerners and they're all assholes. Like they're all old rich assholes. He's like, but you're from the north. You can handle it. Blah 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 blah. And you're the best. And I said, okay, so what's the rub here? What do I get out of this? He said, I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to pay you 10,000 more a year over what you were making. I'm going to bump your rank up to assistant manager trainee or what have you. And then you'll be an assistant manager within a year and a half if you want it. And then in 2 years, you'll probably have your own store. I'm like, bet. I can do that. Plus, the guy I was going to work with, he was by the numbers, very disciplined, real good guy. So here's where the major issue came in. Corporate did away with the bonus structure for the assistant manager the year I became an assistant manager. They do away with the bonus structure, and the girl assistant manager that I worked with and was training under, she got not only her bonus, but then because she brought the numbers to the store to a certain point, the store manager tipped her out her bonus, right? Or tipped her out of his bonus. He gave her like 10% of his bonus. So his bonus for that year was $15,000 in one shot. She got $1,500. I'm like, okay, cool. Cool. She ended up quitting. I was supposed to get promoted. I didn't get promoted. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I can hang back. He said, well, we can move you up to assistant manager or what have you. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So this other guy came in. The other guy's all right. Like, he's ambitious. He wants his own store, all that. Like, and he's like, He's one of those that drinks the Kool-Aid and then pours more for himself, like one of those kind of guys as far as corporate shit goes. So I finish out my training as an assistant manager trainee because I was still in training at that point. And my project was, and I had to pick from a different list. Well, one of them would bring the manager's bonus up because I would bring the overall customer service score up. The service score is currently sat at 35%. I brought that shit up to 72% from 35% and had to do a whole project on it and explain how I did it and everything else. But for me, it was kind of easy because that was my job at one point at GameStop, was to bring those kind of numbers up on a daily basis. And I shit you not when I say I was one of the best stores for the area I was in. I was always number one, number two. I've won awards, the whole 9 yards. I would train store managers. I was really, really good. But anyway, his bonus time comes. So he already looked me over for the promotion, brought this other guy in. That was strike one. He said, "All right, like I'm sorry about that. Everything else, we'll probably make you, up. I'll get you boosted up soon enough. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that's great." I bring up his numbers, all that kind of shit, and the overall boss knew about it. Something else happened. I can't remember what the fuck it was, but it was strike two. Oh, I know what it was. That's when they did away with my bonus, my natural bonus. They said, "Well, we're doing away with your bonus." So I was like, "That's strike two. You're screwing me on money now." Like, not only am I not getting that promotion, which would give me like another 10 to 15,000 a year, now you're taking away 2 to 3,000 out of my pocket directly because the company changed structure on the bonus. So I told everybody in the store, like all the different associates, they're like, "Yeah, man, it's fucked up. They did away with your bonus, all that." And like all these people are grinding the number, trying to help me get promoted and then helping me get the bonus that I'm not going to get now. But my boss goes, "Don't worry about it. Come bonus time, I'll take care of you because you brought the numbers up so high." So I'm like, kind of like you did with the last assistant manager. Yeah. Okay, cool. She got 10% of it, right? So it's bonus time now. He finishes out. His store has gone from almost dead last to best in the district. Running like a fucking top. Customer service score has more than doubled. And I'm like, "Okay, bonus time." So I'm talking to my wife about it. And I'm like, "Look, he doesn't give me the bonus. I'm probably going to fucking quit. And depending on how severe it is, I'm going to be fucking pissed. And I'm going to quit." So bonus comes in. I know the bonuses come in. I also know what the bonus is because the emails are coming through and I can see them. I finally said, "You know what? Because what I wanted to use that money for was to buy my wife a brand new washer dryer for Christmas. That's all I wanted the money for. Plus the principle of it, just to see what I was worth." Type in the chat and tell me, how much do you think this guy got as a bonus and how much he offered me out of that bonus? Are you guys like bored listening? I'm watching for the numbers. When the numbers come up, I'll let you know. And I mean, we're still really good friends. Bina, you are damn close. $25,000 was his bonus, and he was like, "I'm thinking I'm going to give you 200 or $250." I looked at my wife. I said, "Yo, this motherfucker just said $250 out of a $25,000 bonus." I was like, "That's 1%." So I texted him back. I was like, "Nah, I'm good on the bonus. By the way, I'm putting in my 2 weeks." He came back and said something, and he said something kind of offhand that hit me wrong, and I got pissed. And before I texted him back, I said, "Look, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for everything you done for me. You were an amazing boss up until this point. I'll leave my keys in the safe. I'm done today." And because my wife and I had already discussed it, and she was like, "Look, I make more than enough at this point in time. About $5,000 out of my paycheck was all we were really keeping anyway, because the rest of it was all going to taxes because of what she makes a year." I'm just like, "All right, bet." I was like, "What do I do then?" And she's like, "Well, take some time, rest, work on yourself. You wanted to do a YouTube videos or whatever." So I started doing my YouTube videos. But she was like, "It's covered. Like we're good. We're good money at this point. Just fix the house, do this, do that, become the house bitch, basically." And I was like, "All right, I'll be the house bitch. I got no worries with that. I'm a terrible house bitch." But anyway, I went, dropped off my keys, and that was it. And then maybe a year and a half later, or no, a year and a half later, a month and a half later, he got fired. And he got fired because they send down these emails and they tell you to basically zero stuff out, destroy it, and throw it away. But they tell you sometimes to hold it and not destroy it. Well, he went and destroyed it, like just flat out destroyed it instead of holding it. And they came in and they fired him after, I think, a 17-year career with them over a $50 throwaway. And I was like, and he even reached in his pocket and said, "Here's $50. I'm sorry. I didn't see any email where it said hold it." And they were like, "No, no, no, you destroyed it on purpose," all this kind of shit. Like he didn't. The thing is, he was one of the highest paid store managers at that point. So they did away with him so they could get somebody in there that did the job cheaper. And he was one of the fucking best at his goddamn job too. And it's a goddamn shame. And they lost a top employee in that case. My wife? Jesus Christ. Yes, she does. And I will not discuss anything to do with her work or anything like that. But she she quintupled what I make, or what I was making. Quintupled it at that time. And that's before anything else happened. And she's only gone up from there. So now I paint models on the internet and talk to you guys. But that's why you'll hear me say every now and again, I do miss working. Like I honestly do. I liked working. I was good at it. But with everything as fucked up as it got, I did the right thing for me. So that's why when you say that, I did the right thing for me, I get it. 110% get it. And I try to give 2 weeks, do the right thing on the way out the door. But it was like, I knew at that point that if he got shitty with me in the store, it would have gotten ugly, or I would have, you know what I mean? I would have got myself blackballed, basically. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame. But no, my wife, very successful. She does her thing. She doesn't share my point of views on a lot. Like, we'll argue comics and stuff like that. But when it comes to like shit like politics, stuff like that, she has her own views. She does her own thing. And she handles her shit the way she handles her shit. So it's like, but she's very professional, all that kind of stuff, very tight lipped with stuff. So it is what it is. Damn. I think I may be done with him. We're damn near done with them. I see one spot in the hair that's got to get cleaned up. But yeah, I don't hold any grudge against dude. I don't, like my old job. I actually like it's a shame because the overnight thing was actually my favorite thing. I really wish they had never done away with it. I'd still be there because you could do shit where what it was, you would work 80 hours straight. Like you would work 8 10-hour shifts back to back to back to back, and then have 6 straight days off, and then go do days on. So when you got 2 weeks vacation, you would take your 6 days off, use 2 weeks vacation, take the next 8 days off, and then have 6 days off again before you had to go back to work. And you got paid the same for it. It was fucking epic. Like, loved it. I was on overnights, and like, I just loved it. I really, really loved it. It was a shame when they did away with that. But that's just I'm just that asshole. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think this is a done deal? I'm thinking it's a done deal. I'm thinking he's looking good. Just repainted the line on there. He looks tight, like a tiger. Little shoes, hands. I think that might be good money, as somebody we all know would say. Which means let's give him the signature. Oh, gotta get the paint flowing. We got him initialed. Oh, that didn't stick though. That one did. But there we go. Billy from Saw is done. Thank you, Bina. That's another one down. Only like 107 more to go. This keeps up, I'm gonna have to start telling stories from when I was 16 and 18 and all the crazy shit I did soon. Yeah, he's done. Look, cheeks look good. Oh, Billy. Jim Carrey and the Cable Guy. I'll never forget that. It was Matthew Broderick. That's who the dude was. He did it too. Like pulls up his shirt and rubs his nipple up against the glass when they're in the prison. I'm gonna say he is there. Cool. Alrighty, guys. I think I'm gonna call it there. I'll call that a stream and a night paint job. I appreciate the hell out of you guys for watching me too. Listen to my fucking stories and tales of Frak, the handsome devil cat. Um, Tales about me getting my ass fired. Well, not fired, quitting. Yeah, see, I don't know how all that works. Will ABL be pissed about that if she does that? I don't want to get her in trouble. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Sheree. Sheree was lurking the whole time. That's fantastic. I'm happy Sheree was here. Geez, you hop in you hop into the chat just as I'm signing off. Now, Sheree, the one night Sheree sat in here with me for like an extra like 30 minutes or something, and you guys had already like bugged out. Yeah, she is awesome as a mod too. You are not fibbing at all, Beans. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you did like the way they came out, Sheree? Yeah, this guy's gonna stay flat though. Yeah, well, that's just it. We're not saying it because it's not true, you know. Like you really do keep that chat in check, and you add in, and you're always there. You say hi to everybody. You're just awesome, mod. But okay, guys, I'm gonna shut her down. I'll uh I'll be on Sunday night, 8 o'clock, like normal. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for listening to craziness and watching me make mistakes and then fix them and come out with at least something that's decent. But I'll see you guys all Sunday, and I'll catch you on Discord. I'll catch you in ABL Saturday Creature Features if you guys jump into that. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much again. So, and just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody.